Hey, Tolan, I'll be on in a couple of minutes. Hang on a sec. Just getting stuff ready. Okay, good morning. Out here on the left coast. Let's get this thing going. Hey, Toll, good morning. Yeah, what are we doing? Where are we going today? Well, you can see that I've changed the liveries and I'm using Scandinavian Airway. So, taking some of your request yesterday to do something from Finland. So I've chosen Helsinki in Finland to, God, where did I choose? Rome, LIRF, Helsinki to Rome. How about that? That's what we've got on the schedule. So I've never flown this route, and we're going to be in the 737-800. And hopefully it goes smoothly. I don't know if you stuck around till the end of the stream last night, but we had a pretty good landing in that 777. And the gentleman who was on with us, Mr. Polite, Richard, gave me some pretty good tips. So hopefully this will go smooth. I'm going to apply those tips to the 737 today. So we're going to do cold and dark start. So here we go. Let's jump on in and see what happens. And I'll go through this. I'm not sure how much of this you want to hear or not hear in terms of what I'm doing. You probably already know how to do all this stuff. So we are cold and dark. And we have a problem right away with the EFB not functioning. So we're going to get out and come back in. Let's try restart first and see what happens. That's been happening a lot with PMDG. The electronic flight bag has not been functioning. Let's check it now. Still not functioning. That's weird. Looks like we're starting off with malfunctions. Or bugs. There it goes. It took a minute. Okay. Alright, so here we are. Let's pull our flight plan. It's already filed with SimBrief. What plane were you in? Interesting. Let's get. I'm gonna be rolling through the cold and dark start up here, Toll. So I'm not. I won't be able to look at every text. I'll try to though. Let's go ahead and get these. Get this fired up. If I can remember. Battery. And let's go ahead and request ground power. Wow, stalled out at 250. That's interesting. Good, we have ground power. And let's get the ground power going. I'll go through all the testing. Stopping rudder input, huh? So the rudder stops working, is that what you're saying? On the Airbus? Oh, just an alarm. Huh, interesting. Nah, I'm not sure what that is. Which Airbus is it? Is it a Neo or is it a Phoenix? A320. What is it? 380. Oh, the Neo. So that's the Microsoft Flight Simulator Neo that you're using in the system in MSFS 2020. Yeah, they have all kinds of bugs. The Neo has bugs. It could be anything. I'd have to see it. I'm going to go through the flow a little bit here. Wait for things to boot up. Yaw damper. Let's get the aft fuel pump going. Circuit breakers, panel lights. Emergency lights armed. No smoking, fasten belts on. I got to try to remember this. It's been a few days. I don't go in sequence. All right, we have ground power. Let's get rid of the stairs and get a jetway. Yeah, man, the Flight Simulator Neo has got all kinds of glitches and bugs. Okay, so, not ready for IRS. Although I could start that. Well, let's go ahead and change that to jetway. Now we'll get the jetway over. Open that door. I'm not using GSX because it's too buggy, so I don't use actual simulated passengers. All right, now let's go ahead and go back here, and let's see what's our target for passengers today. 116. And we'll start that. We'll start the loading process. Okay, Pan Am livery for the Neo. Interesting. Huh. I'm not sure if the liveries actually. I guess the liveries can affect performance. You may want to pick a different livery, or livery. Alright, so we are loading up now. Let's go to Flight Management Computer, pause in it. And there's two ways of taking this now. I'm going to take it right from here. You could take it from the next page. Right there. And let's go ahead and go to the route. Origin will be EFHK. And the destination will be LIRF, Roma. I've never flown into or out of either of these airports. I will most certainly, I'll most certainly ask questions about Europe for sure. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate your being on board today, man. That's great that you're back 2 days in a row. It's encouraging for me to have people come on the chat, so thank you very much. Appreciate the follow and stuff. Yeah, please share and let other people know that what's going on out here. Alright, so let's do our flight plan request. SimBrief flight plan has been filed. And there it is. So we're going to set the payload. And we're going to set the fuel. And that's good to go. Now we're going to go to select route. Flight plan request. So you're familiar with this cold and dark process on the 737? I'm still showing it's British Airways, by the way. Should be SAS. Route uplink loading. Activate. Execute. Perf in it. 0 fuel weight. Perf in it request. I should have done that first. Ah, 5,000 transition altitude. Okay, that's interesting. Let's load the plan. And while I'm thinking about it, I'll come up here and I'll plug in the 5,000. That's our transition. See if I can get those both in the screen. Alright, so we're good with that. Perf init request is complete. Let's put in plan fuel. Don't have to, but I will. I did not know that. I noticed that everything around it was pretty green though, yeah. I've actually been at this airport in winter at night on the simulator. I don't know why I did it one night, but I was at that airport. This airport. Helsinki. Yeah, you can see it's pretty rustic up there. Pretty green. God, the graphics are looking great today. The reflections in the wings, that's spectacular. I'm not too familiar with the airport, but we're going to find out. Sure enough, I use the taxi ribbons and stuff, so that makes it easier for me rather than trying to figure all that stuff out. I'll bet you this is one of the prettiest airports in Europe, no doubt. Okay, let's see. Okay, so perf in at page 1 complete. Page 2. Let's go to the index and follow. Let's go to N1 limit. Alright, so now we're going to go to performance. So I have to zoom around like that. Let's import the plan. I'll check with ATC and see which runway we're using.
Helsinki ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er with echo request taxi to the active departure to the south.
Hoping for 4 left.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er taxi to and hold short of runway tree using taxiway Alpha Delta Alpha Victor Yankee Delta Hotel Alpha Delta Delta Kilo Yankee Yankee Papa.
Sure.
Contact tower on 118.85 when ready.
Alright, I gotta change the
Taxi
plan.
and hold short runway tree using taxiway Alpha Delta Alpha Victor Yankee Delta Hotel Alpha Delta Delta Kilo Yankee Yankee Papa ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
I hate when they change the runway on me. Okay, changing runway to 33. I'm parked for 4 left, so that sucks. Alright, what do we got? Alright, so 33. 33 it is. Everything's set to optimum. Center of gravity 24.28. Let's import the weather. 11 degrees Celsius outside. Let's get that mic a little louder. This mic is very unidirectional. Calculate. Alright, so we have takeoff 0 format. So that's what we're going to select. And we can load center of gravity at 24.3. Close enough. Oh, how's the weather out here? Let's see. Alexa, what's the weather today?
Right now in India, it's 82 degrees Fahrenheit with clear skies and sun.
What's
Throughout
that?
the day, you can expect more of the same, with a high of 95 degrees and a low of
Yeah.
66 degrees.
82 right now Fahrenheit. It's going to be 95 today Fahrenheit.
Friday, May 16th, 6 a.m.
Alexa, what is the temperature going to be today in Celsius?
Right now, it's 28 degrees Celsius. Today, expect a high of 34 degrees.
There you go, straight from Alexa. .38 Celsius, did she say? Anyway, that's calculated. Yeah, it's going to be hot today. Let's go on in here and start plugging stuff in. Flaps will be 5. Go to page 2. Runway wind. 10 at 10. Light winds. From the north. Runway slope. 0.17. Cell temp 52. Let's go on back. Okay. And let's go to departure. So we're going to be leaving 33. Via KOIV 4P. And KOIV U. So no via. And in Rome, when in Rome, we're going to be looking for 16 left, ILS. Right 3A and right B. And there's no transition there either. So let's just load that. Let's check our legs here. That's cool, Tully. Yeah, I'll if you're going to be around, I'll be streaming. So I had a lot of people on yesterday, so I'm probably going to be streaming today and tomorrow about this time. If you have to go, cool, man. Have a good training. Okay, let's see. Yeah, just look out for me and see if I'm on. I'll try to do it if I can. If I'm not on there, I'm not. But yeah, most likely I will be. All right, let's go next page. I'm looking for discos. There's one right there. Oops, go back. I like to get rid of the discos. I know some pilots keep them in there, but I don't like the vector. So 16 left. Okay, 16 left. So this is the go around stuff. So we're good to go. We only had one disco. Yeah, it's interesting how Europe does it. If you're requesting the Miami to Cuba flight, that's interesting. I'll make a note. That's a short flight though. That's only that's a half an hour. Fort Lauderdale to Cuba is just a little bit longer. To Havana. I've never tried to land in Cuba. I've flown over it with an F-18 though. Okay, so we're good to go on our legs. Let's go to the index here. Looks like we're set up. Takeoff. Alright, now we can load our takeoff numbers and set the trim. 4.82. There's our trim setting. Yeah, Miami to Cuba is possible. It's short though. That's a short flight. I could do that in a DA. It'll take a little bit longer. DA-62, you know, little 2-engine prop plane. All right, so where was I? Let's go ahead and set the speeds. 41, 42, 48. Those are set. I like to set the approach now in advance, but we'll check it later. So today's flight is supposed to be about, sorry about that. What's the burn time? The block time is 3:37. I just screwed up my mic. 3:37 on this flight. Yeah, I haven't flown that aerial. I mean, like I said, I flew, you know, the peninsula. I like to fly Cancun. So actually, Miami to Cancun is pretty cool. That's a cool flight. But I don't think they're an ILS. I think that's a RNAV landing approach at Cancun. I'll have to consider some of those other ones. But the Miami to Cuba flight is real short, very short. Just like Miami to Nassau in the Bahamas. That's pretty cool. Alright, so here we go. So we're set for our approach speed. So that's it for the index. Position, everything's ready to go there. I think we're just about ready. So let's take a look at this. Let me get some of these things set up. Let's go to the recall. This one doesn't have a recall button. Guess not. Runway heading 323. Warmly welcome. Yeah, please join and follow. Welcome, everybody. Welcome aboard. Definitely. Please like, share, follow, subscribe, whatever. I appreciate all the people coming on. Thank you. I'm trying to do a cold and dark start and read the chat at the same time, so I apologize. I'm going back and forth. If I don't see you right away, please hang tight. Yeah, cool. I'm on Discord as well. I'm in the PMDG group. Alright, so let's see. We got that set. We know that our takeoff speed is... I forgot already. Alright, VR is going to be at 142. Let's get that loaded. Whoops, scooted right past it. We have runway heading, we got the speed set there, 5,000 foot transition. Let's get the flight directors on. Auto throttle is armed. VNAV armed. LNAV armed. I wonder why VNAV didn't come on. That's interesting. Huh. Okay. I don't know what's up with that. There we go. It's just being fussy today. Right, our course. Let's find out our course info for the approach. So 159, 108.10. Whoops. 159, 108.10. Yeah, welcome aboard, everybody. I appreciate whoever's on the stream today. It's great that you're all here. I'll be looking at the chat as soon as I get rolling here. Did I say it was 108.10? 108.10 on the ILS. I like to load the nav frequency in the ready position for ILS. Whoops. Alright, so we're set up for ILS. Toronto to Los Angeles, huh? Okay. Yeah, it's probably about an hour or less than what we did yesterday, yeah. Yeah, I could do that. Just what I'll do is, man, I'll go online, and whoever's online, and we'll pick a flight. We'll take flight suggestions, and when we start up on when the stream starts. If whoever's on when the stream is starting, we'll pick a flight. Try to keep it like a medium range, like 3 hours, and not much more than that. Okay, so let's see here. We're ready to go there. I like to get the terrain on. Traffic is on. Terrain. Position. VOR. VOR1. Rejected takeoff. And we're just about ready. Let's get this on the computer. And let's take a look at some of the systems here if we can. Okay. All good to go there. Let's go up on top. I use my Otis controller to zip around with the, I don't have the views set. Most streamers would ignore you. Well, listen, buddy, I appreciate everybody who comes on, and I'll try not to ignore you, I promise, because really I don't usually get that many people on, so I don't usually ignore. If there's only 3 or 4 people on there, it's easy to look at the chat. I should actually have the chat on my iPad. It's up on my right monitor, so I'm kind of going back and forth, but I try not to ignore. Whirloo. I'm not trying to pronounce that. Okay. So Whirloo. Anyways, thanks for everybody who's on. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Let's go ahead and let's get the APU fired up. I'm hoping I don't screw this up. So we've chosen today 36,000 feet, which I'll dial in right now. And I still don't know the altitude in Rome. Okay, why is that not moving? Could be why. That's interesting. I'm not getting any. Oh wow, what am I doing? I'm looking for ground power. I'm supposed to be hitting APU. Duh. I screwed that up. I was trying to start the APU with the ground power switch. This guy's supposed to move, but he's not moving. Huh. There it goes. It's just taking its time. So welcome on board, everybody. This is actually told this flight was inspired by your thing yesterday. Going from Helsinki to Rome, so. Alright, we can now hit the gens, which means we can cut loose the ground power. And release the GPU. Now let's check and see if we're boarded yet. Alright, we're boarded. Oh, we're not. Well, we're almost boarded. Yeah, I'll check out Toronto. That other streamer, Flight Streamer, flies out of Toronto a lot. Thanks for watching the stream, folks. I appreciate it. Where are you from? Wortliu. Alright, we're boarded. Let's go ahead and release the jetway. And we'll close the door. And we're going to push back to the left. Make sure we've got everything going here properly. Don't need that. I need to find out a couple of things here first. I'm skipping some stuff. Alright, so we have 2982 altimeter. Let's find out what our barrel is going to be. On 14 left, 16 left. Let's pin that. Okay, so decision altitude will be 214. Yeah, it was great. That was a good flight yesterday. Over the Rockies for sure. Oh, you think we're going to go over the Alps today? Yeah, we probably will. Alright, so let's see. 214 for Barrow. Sorry, I'm skipping around. Trying to read the chat at the same time. 214. Alright, so Barrow is set. Errors cleared. I'm not going to do the fire tests, but I could, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. So it looks like we're set to go. Let's go ahead and call for pushback. I think we're set to go. Let's go ahead and start the ball rolling. Oops. Let's get the ball rolling here. Nothing happening. Oh, shit. Yeah, I haven't done this for a while. There we go. Now let's try it. There we go. Yes, I'm screwing up, I know. Yeah, the Airbus is easier to set up. I still take my time with it though. Alright, so we got that going. Let's go ahead and get fuel to engine 2. Now we're going to call for pushback.
Helsinki ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 are requesting pushback.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 pushback request accepted.
Make sure our park brake is released. Okay, duh.
Helsinki ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 are requesting the end of pushback.
Well, I'm really messing up. Okay, hang tight.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 request to end pushback received.
Really screwing up. Helps if we take the chocks off, right?
Helsinki ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 are requesting pushback.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 pushback request accepted.
Starting engine 2.
Helsinki ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 are requesting pushback tuck to steer the aircraft to the right.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 your request has been transmitted to the operator.
I think I'm on live time. Sun looks like it's going down.
Helsinki ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 are requesting the end of pushback.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 request to end pushback received.
Alright, let's light up everything. ISO valve closed. Packs on. Probe heat. Looks like we're good to go. That actually looks pretty cool. Sunset. I think we're live time and weather. So hang on a minute, let me look. I could set it. Yeah, we're real time, live weather. So weather looks accurate, huh? That's down. Let's go ahead and put, let's get the flight controls set up. Oops. Speed brake armed. Flaps to... Wow, I'm losing audio. If I can get over there and look at that, I can't get over there. There we go. Sorta. Another flaps indicator. Let's see here. There we go. Flaps 5. I'm muddling around here today. Yeah, so it looks like that. Weather looks like that tonight. Cool. Yeah, it's sunset. Evening flight. That should be interesting because we're heading south, so the sun will be on our right-hand side. Let's get this thing rolling. Let's turn off the weather. I think we're ready to go. Park brake released. Let's take a look at our control surfaces. All looks good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our flight tonight. Helsinki to Rome. 3.5 hours airtime. Altitude will be 360. 360. That's a pretty airport. Hurricane winds tonight. Oh shit. Good. Well, you like that risky landing stuff. You'll notice I don't have any AI traffic in this. I don't like to have other traffic. It slows down my frame rate. No, really, what are the winds? How fast are the winds today? And from which direction? Kind of like that wing view. Check our ground speed. We're a little fast. We are a little fast. Yeah, this is an interesting little detour. Once again, thanks for everybody who's on board tonight on this flight. Scandinavian Airways from Helsinki to Rome. I'm your Captain Albie Singer. Captain Albie, skip the singer. You can watch us on YouTube as well on AlBlock 7267. We're on Twitch, it is Albie Singer. Coming to you live from the desert in California. 11:20 Pacific Coast time. That's the thing about European airports. They do all these kind of funny detours. And why? Go and hit that little airplane there. That's a long taxi out. I wish I had gotten 4 left. Now we'll take a look at the weather no temps. Yeah, it shows light winds. 6 at 260. 260 at 6. Block time says 3.5 hours. I'm not sure. That's a pretty airport. The graphics are looking pretty darn good.
Helsinki Tower ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 are ready for departure to the south at runway Tree.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 wind 000 at 10. Departure to the south approved. Cleared for takeoff runway Tree.
Alright folks, buckle up. Extinguish your cigarettes.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Did you copy?
Cleared for takeoff runway Tree ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
Rolling start. Where's my toga button?
Positive rate of climb. ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
Positive rate, gear up.
Departure. ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Leaving my airspace frequency change approved. ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Did you copy?
Yeah, I'm not paying attention.
Helsinki
to
Tower
ATC.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er frequency change. Approach ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er is type Boeing 737 4 miles northwest of Helsinki 3,600 feet. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er approach. Squawk 5672.
Squawk 5672 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
ALB ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er radar contact 5 miles west of Helsinki, 4,900 feet. Cleared through the Charlie airspace. Maintain on navigation. ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, did you hear my last transmission?
Cleared through the Charlie airspace. ALB
let's see what's going
4409
on
Alpha
here.
Lima Bravo 4409er.
Let's go for 18,000. Yeah, my experience so far, Toll, is that it is definitely harder to fly in Europe. I find myself having to think about a lot more things. Like I just kind of rushed that takeoff right there. I believe I'm in Toga. Shooting for 18,000 feet. Probably get rid of the flaps now. Yeah, sorry, okay, I was concentrating on takeoff there, buddy. Yeah, it's a little more difficult for me to fly in Europe. The only thing I really don't like is the taxiways. They do really screwy stuff on the taxiways. It's like a Grand Prix course. Madrid was really bad. They taxied me way out to the middle of nowhere, and it was like 100 turns to get there. ATC just said something and I wasn't paying attention. Let's see.
121.3 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Goodbye.
Let's get this over with, and I'm going to check.
Tampere Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er 10,600
the Baltic
feet.
freezes, yeah, of course.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er Tampere Center altimeter 29.82 radar contact continue.
2982. Little turn here. God, that's looking super good today. Flying over Finland. We have 2982 on the altimeter already. We can set this to our auto brake, and we can check some stuff out. Let's go here to cruise level. I think I want to change that to 360. And execute it. And climb, is doing pretty good. Descent will be okay. Forecast. Request descent winds. I didn't do this in the beginning. I probably should have. I'm kind of screwing stuff up a little bit here tonight, but that's okay. We're okay. We're up. We're flying. I couldn't get the toga activated, so I full throttled it. Let's load the wind forecasts. Executed. QNH in Rome. 2968.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, contact Tallinn Center on 122.9er. Good day.
Estonia, very poor, huh? Interesting. Is that part of the?
4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Did you copy?
Is that part of the Soviet bloc? Estonia.
122.9er ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Goodbye.
Heading 183. Let's just get dialed into it, or as close as we can get. We're at 18,000, so we can go to standard now. And we're cruising nicely so far, pretty nice. At the transition altitude.
TCAS test pass.
And I'm going to set it for 360 now. Let's take it on up to cruise altitude. There's a lovely SAS livery. Yeah, Estonia was, that's what I thought. So it's still extremely poor. Crazy stuff going on down there in the Ukraine land. That's a cool angle right there. Oh, the graphics are looking really spectacular tonight. Everything's nice and smooth. Graphics are clean. You can see the scratches in the glare shield. I never did start the clock. See, I'm screwing up. I'm used to hitting the button right at the little screw in the Airbus in Phoenix. Phoenix Airbus A320 has a little screw right here. When you hit that little screw, oh, it does it here too. Look at that. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's the toga button. Oh, it doesn't do it in the Airbus. That's right. That's right. I was looking. I forgot about this. Where's my head? That's because I've been flying the 777 for the last week, and the toga, there's no toga button like that. It's on the throttle. Okay, let's do a little tracking here on my iPad. See where we are. Let's go to the map. Let's go to the map. And see where we are. Oh, there I am. Okay, so I have no idea where we are. Yeah, I was going to do that. I was going to do that anyway. I can't tell where we are, so if you know where we are, I can back it up a little bit. I'm guessing, is this Estonia? Oh, we're flying into it right now. Is that where all the Russian submarine bases are? That looks better at night. So Estonia is now independent. Ah, St. Petersburg. I'm guessing that's more towards the northeast up here. I'm Europe illiterate. We'll check the map every now and then during the flight. Let's see how we're doing up here. The scratches in the window. Ooh, that SAS is a nice livery. I like it. I'll have to fly it again. I got a whole bunch of liveries I never fly. Alrighty. Welcome aboard again. Thanks to everybody. Toll, especially you're back 2 days in a row. That's awesome. Appreciate that, and appreciate the conversation and educating me about some of these places. My cousin was an oil engineer, a chemical engineer for an oil firm in Lithuania. Guys, let me know when we're getting close to the Alps. Yeah, it should be a... the block time shows 3 hours and 37 minutes. It's not counting down though. Let's see. 1842 here. Let's look at the ETA. $21.37. Yeah, about a little more than 3 hours. 3 hours and 20 minutes-ish. Yeah, I bet. I used to ski when I was younger and I used to think about that, but I don't ski anymore. Bad knees. It's a cool shot, but it's too loud. Yeah, just kind of tell me where we are, man. I have no idea where any of that stuff is. It's my first time on this leg. First time on this road. Ah, there we go. That gives us a little bit more of an idea. Now, where are the Swiss Alps from here? Let's see. There's Lithuania and Latvia. And just let me drag the stream. That's weird. Yeah, it's kind of... There's no in-between. Yep, there's Latvia. There's Lithuania. I'm going to take a look at the landing here and see what's going on. The top of descent will be at Gotmo. Oh, that's weird. What happens there? That's kind of crazy. Wow. Bunch of turns. Let's back this up and see what it does. I was like, it's like a racetrack. Crazy landing patterns. The European landing patterns are crazy. Dolomites. Yeah, I'll take a look. I'll take a look at my iPad for what it looks like. All right, we just reached altitude. We're getting close to altitude. Cape Dolomites. Oh, that's crazy looking mountains. That looks like the Grand Tetons in the U.S. It's a big bunch of spiky mountains. Crazy. God's paintbrush. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it on my iPad. Lots of green pastures and fields in the valley. Pretty cool. Flowers. Wow. Yep. Yeah, I'm aware of the Matterhorn. Pretty famous mountain. Well, we're flying over the Matterhorn. Maybe we can get a look at it. So this is a pretty scenic route, apparently. That is, if we're able to see it through the cloud cover. An awful lot of clouds down there. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see anything. Let's get a quieter window. Quieter window seat. Sunset. Graphics are looking pretty satisfactory to me today. Seems like there's days when it's not. Let's go back to map. 182 on the heading. Okay, I'm going to take a look at the approach. I want to see what we got going on there. Let's go back here. Put the panel lighting on. Yeah, the graphics are looking pretty spectacular tonight. Very nice. Oops. Yeah. ILS outer marker's 2500. So I'll set that up sooner or later. I didn't know that. I have several Polish friends here. One of them is a government employee that works for immigration. She's an INS, Immigration and Naturalization Service employee. Signs off on green cards. Polish gal, I've known her for a long time. Thanks for answering that, buddy. Welcome aboard, Lorson. Welcome aboard. Please like, share, follow, subscribe if possible. I know on Twitch subscribing costs money. I'm not looking for money, but subscribers are great if you can do it. I'm not really into it for the money. On YouTube though, YouTube AlBlock7267, just subscribe, like, follow, and share there. That's great. Appreciate everybody coming on board. Yeah, we're flying from Helsinki to Rome tonight. Mostly by a request of Toll. Toll, spell out your pronunciation on your chat so I keep on calling you Toll because it's short. Welcome, Lorison. Welcome, Europe, to the feed. Welcome to the stream. Got it, bud. Let's get back up to another view here. You know, when you fly the Alaska route, a lot of times you can see, you can't do it in 2020, but in 24 you can see the northern lights. I'm not crazy about 2024. So yep, tonight we're flying PMDG 737-800 with the Scandinavian Airway livery. (737-8). And we're somewhere over what? Lithuania now? Okay, so sorry about that. Lorison. Okay, now I can't really chat here because I don't have chat capability. I don't have a keyboard. Sorry about the headphones. Sorry about your headphones, Lorison. Yeah, I can't chat. All I have is an iPad. I don't have an actual keyboard on my setup. I don't use keyboard. I just use a Thrustmaster. So anyways, yeah, this is... chat's going by me real fast. Sorry. Let me take a look in the other screen. Let's go to Twitch. Well, there's a lot of simmers on tonight. Interesting. We're officially in Lithuania. But we can't see anything from up here. And it is getting dark. Okay, as I'm loading up the chat on the iPad so I can see it a little better. Yeah, sorry about the keypad there, Larson. I can't really chat with it. I don't have a keypad here. I may be able to do it on my iPad. Super long time for Twitch to load the chat. So, should we move this to daylight? Or are we okay with night flight? Somewhere over Lithuania. I think so. You want to change it to daylight? Leaving the weather alone. I just bought a couple more hours. Yeah, we'll leave it in daylight. Hopefully we can see them. I mean, I can get a lower altitude. Heading 180, due south. Due south, people. Let's check our parameters here, see how we're doing. Alright, 0.779 Mach at 360. Looking pretty good there. Engine functioning nice. Fuel is good. Oh, we have fuel in the center tank. What the hell? Wait a minute. Maybe we don't. Let's take a closer look at the fuel situation. off the clouds. Interesting. Okay. I kind of like the clouds though, but I'll see. Let's see. How do you do that? I've never done that. I don't think I have that option. Well, the plane certainly didn't like that. Let's see what's going on here. That screwed with the plane when I took the clouds away. That was a dangerous move. Oh. 18,000 pounds of fuel. I guess we have enough. Oh, click a METAR. Okay, I didn't know that. Let's see. I've never done that. Now it's all kind of screwy. Interesting. So you can control, oh, lightning. Oh, look at that. I didn't even know you could do that. If you click on the METAR. That's cool. Learned something new. Thanks for that. I should make you the pilot. Stuff about the sim I didn't even know. Very cool. Twitch audio test. Nice. About a 5-second delay on Twitch. If I look to the right, I'll see the Baltic. Okay, let's have a look. Still kind of overcast. And like over here. Got you, that's the horizon, so yeah, that's it. Let's go inside and look. Tour guiding by toll. Let's Go to 5. That's a little better. Put 7. I like 5 better. Got little scratches in the glass though. No, I didn't set it to anything. When I did my flight plan, I just picked the altitude. And I set it to 360, so it's at 360 right now. Yeah, we're cruising at 360. But that's what I picked in my SimBrief plan. Yeah, I can put the map back, sure. Almost coming into Poland. Belarus. That's got to be a pretty interesting area there. And you say it's all pretty poor. Poland is the drug capital and alcohol capital of the world, eh? Lots of vodka being consumed. Russia 2.0. Well, they have a lot of good athletes, that's for sure. A lot of good gymnasts. Well, it's 12:15 here in California time. I haven't had breakfast or lunch yet, so in about 5 minutes or so, I'm going to step away from the controls and grab a quick bite to eat. If you feel like hanging out, great, but I'm going to grab something. I'll put together something and come back into the stream, but I got to eat something here pretty soon due to my blood sugar. And the dog's waiting patiently for me to make something, because that's when he eats. He is a mooch. That means, man. They share a particular area of land mass. North Slovakia. South Poland and North Slovakia share a territory. Oh, it's at the border. Is there a dispute? but it's not a disputed territory. See, what sucks about this one is that I'm not on VATSIM. I don't know if you're on VATSIM or not, but with the automatic ATC, like I can't request an altitude decrease. Let me try. Turn on Warsaw Center.
Warsaw Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er flight level 360.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er Warsaw Center radar contact continue.
Yeah, see, I can't request I could set a lower altitude though. Let's see if we can set a lower altitude. I'm going to take 300. I wonder why it's turning. Is that in the plan? We're going to shoot for a lower altitude. Yep, we're descending to 300. Well, it looks like we're getting fairly close. Maybe not. That's 300, 334. That's five. So we're still 500 nautical miles from descent. Let's take a look here in progress. Yeah, we're still 760 miles from descent. Now let's take a look outside. Hard to tell where the border is. Yeah, we just passed the border. Alright, flight level 300 coming up. Yeah, I'll go grab something real quick. Thanks for reminding me. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Take over the captainship, will you? Okay, dog followed me into the kitchen, so here we go. Oh, cool. Yeah, we're at 300. Thanks for watching the aircraft for me. As I munch out online. He's got to eat too. Yeah, I'll put it on the map. Halfway through Polska. I wish I knew how to do split screen. They could do the map and the outside. Slovakia coming up. Sneaking my meal off to the side of the camera. A pretty smooth flight so far, except when I changed from the clouds to no clouds. How's that view? You get a little bit of everything. You get the map, you get the flight deck, and outside the window. that's the Baltic right there. Oh, it's interesting. I've never flown this route, so that's pretty cool.
Swiss Alps Airport in San Pedro Northeast Fintech and Albuquerque is permanently closed. Francis.com. The Swiss Alps reach a maximum height of about 15,000 feet, 4,500 meters, above sea level.
Sunset over the Baltic. Krakow. Krakow. I can reset the time, sure. I didn't buy enough time last time. I gotta watch the dog. He's eyeballing my food. Recognize any of this scenery? Because I sure don't. Yeah, but it's not squares like Nebraska. More like rectangles. Scattered all over the place, it looks like. Interesting landscape. Holland. I guess they use a lot of the corn in their alcohol. And the wheat. as I crunch away. Dole, do you live in Rome proper or outside of the city limits? What city, what town do you live in? Cello. Rome proper. In the city. You are a true Roman. I bet it's pretty amazing. My buddy's going there in a month or two. But how do they like Americans? Oh, that must be awesome. So you walk by the Colosseum all the time. Or drive by it. Is it really huge or what? In person. Remember, the pizza and the pasta in the United States came only from Italian immigrants. I've been to the oldest pizza place in New York City, the original pizza place. I should say the original pizza place in the United States. Co-pilot is joining me here today. I can get him in the camera. There he is. There he is. Americans take the best of everything. There's so many different foods here, it's crazy. Because all of the nationalities live here. There's Polish here, there's Italian food here, there's Japanese food here, there's Puerto Rican food, Cuban food, Chinese food, you name it. Every nationality in every city, in every town, you can get any type of food you want. Jamaican, Mexican is big here. Lots of Mexican food here. Restaurants all over the place. I guess Europe is pretty freaking big, man. I didn't think it was this long. Wow, Sicilian's not liked, huh? A good friend of mine who plays drums is from Malta. He's Maltese. And the northern people are kind and friendly. What do you mean by extreme nationalists? Very loyal to the country? And how do you like your new woman president? She looks pretty cool. We want the Roman Empire back. Well, you guys influence an awful lot of the world, that's for sure. Civilization itself. Her name is George. Is it Georgia Maloney? Georgia? Georgia? She's very conservative. Like Trump. I know a little bit. Fiscal conservatism. Good stuff. Still in Poland. Poland's pretty big. God. Could probably drive for days and not see the same thing. What is the Tetri? 6-second delay on YouTube. How is it pronounced? Dolomites or Dolomites? Well, there's an airport there. Krakow. What is a tetri anyway? That would be this. So like this one. this one here. Looks like there's snow up there. So still snow on it even though we're coming into summer. And that's part of which country? Slovakia.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, contact Bratislava Center on 123.825. Good day.
Going to 123.825 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Bratislava Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, flight level 300.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, Bratislava Center radar contact, continue.
Like in here. I wonder if a lot of this area was devastated in World War II. Wow. And so was Poland. Poland was blitzed. pretty wild rivers down there. That town. That'd be a pretty cool town. Still pretty interesting to see. I've never seen this before. That's pretty cool. I like those right there. I like these mountains here with the snow on them. A cool valley. Big valley with farmland in the middle. Yeah, I bet there's a lot to explore in Europe, that's for sure. Pretty cool. All of my destinations are tropical. Well, thanks for hanging in there, buddy. It must be late there by now. Must be nighttime, 10 or 11 at night. Yeah. My best friend's going to Alaska in July. He goes every couple of years. Goes fly fishing up there. Very rural. Wilderness. No people for miles. Just bears and salmon. Elk, deer, mountain lions. Yeah, I don't know. Alaska has Mount McKinley. I'm not sure how high that is. Alexa, what is the elevation of Mount McKinley?
Mount McKinley is 20,308 feet above sea level.
How many meters is that? Alexa, how many meters is that?
Answers.com. That is about 91 meters above sea level.
Alexa, how many meters above sea level is Mount McKinley in Alaska?
Answers.com.
Yeah, Mount McKinley is 6,200 meters in Alaska. Can you hear my Alexa when I ask her those questions? Well, it's an interesting route. Yeah, I don't have our volume set that high. I have her set to do everything in my house, though. Hour and a half to go. Melatonin. It's weird how I can zoom in on OBS. Are you having typo issues? What are you auto-correcting from? Are you on an iPad or iPhone or something? Or on your PC? Oh. So you're watching this on your Samsung phone. Interesting. Or at least a chat feature. That looks like a pretty big river. Dude, I haven't read a book in a long time. I used to like to read Kurt Vonnegut stuff when I read books. Not big into the movies either because I don't like the actors here. I like all the John Wick movies. And Denzel Washington, The Equalizer. The Equalizer or The Enforcer? I think it's The Equalizer. I can't remember the name of all the Kurt Vonnegut books that I read. I read them all. Yeah, I see a lot of big rivers here. It's an interesting flight. Thanks for recommending it. That must be the big lake. And we'll be flying right over it.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, contact Budapest Center on 120.375. Good day.
120.375 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Goodbye. Budapest Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, flight level 300.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, Budapest Center, radar contact, continue.
BRB. has. Oh, really? Croatia is mostly beaches. Yeah, because it's on the ocean. Yeah. All white sand beaches. That's what I look for. Oh yeah, there's some nice beaches in Croatia. I'm looking at them right now. A couple of really cool sandbars. I like it when the water is turquoise color and you can see all the way down. One of my really good friends that has a house in Santorini. That's Greece, though. Is that the big lake on the left? Yeah, that is big. .48 miles, 78 kilometers long, 14 kilometers wide. Maximum depth 40 feet. .146 miles of shoreline. It's like Lake Tahoe. Look up Lake Tahoe. Tahoe. Border of California and Nevada. Lake Michigan's one of the Great Lakes. Lake Tahoe is pretty big though. It's an alpine lake, and it's the deepest alpine lake in North America. Yeah, Lake Tahoe is 1,600 feet deep. Kilometers wide. Right there. I bet there's lots of cool little towns on that lake shore. City right here. So these are the canals where the lake flows out. I don't think I see the plane reflection in the lake. Crystal meth. Why would there be crystal meth in the lake? That explains why there's so many tourists there. Yeah, I was reading about it. It said that's where the outflow is. Those canals. The canals feed these lakes. It gets cold there in the winter. Thanks for the tour of Europe, man. at one time, this was all once part of the Roman Empire. My favorite country is the United States, buddy. My favorite state would be Florida or Hawaii. Hawaii is awesome. Wife doesn't like Hawaii though. Idaho's okay. I like Montana and Wyoming up there. Pretty nice around Yellowstone. But Hawaii is the ultimate.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, contact Zagreb Center on 124.85. Good day.
Okay, so the East Coast. There's only one way I can explain that to you. Let me look at this ATC message real quick.
124.85 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. Goodbye. Zagreb Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, flight level 300.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, Zagreb Center radar contact, continue.
The original 13 colonies of the United States came from the British settlers, the Pilgrims. The Pilgrims were oppressed Christians in England called Puritans. The Puritans left England and came to North America to settle it. And when they settled here, they developed 13 colonies. The 13 colonies later became the states on the East Coast. That's the best way to explain it. Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Maine. I'm missing something here. Anyways, yeah, that's why. Pennsylvania, sorry. Pennsylvania is 12. Well, because there's people who live there, I guess. Anchorage, it's a pretty big town. And there's a large population there. They have to go through it, they have to get out of there somehow and get home. Yeah, so the 13 states on the East Coast came from the 13 colonies of England, who we revolted against and became an independent nation. they were taxing us. The English were taxing the American colonists without representation. The famous clause is no taxation without representation. Huh. The territory. It's a territory just like Guam and Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico should be a state too. Adjust the levels a little bit. There you go. That's better. American Samoa. That's interesting. I haven't even really thought about that. But Guam is the same thing. Guam is a territory. As is Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico's been trying to become a state for a long time. It takes a lot to become a state. There has to be representative support. Representative support. America's a very unique situation. That's a pretty big center, whatever that is. It looks like we're getting close to arrival. Panama City, huh? Well, I've flown to Panama City a couple of times, but I've done it in small aircraft just because I wanted to see what the canal looks like. Mexico City I've only flown into or out of one time. That's that'd be pretty boring actually, because it's just over a lot of jungle. Nothing but jungle underneath. Yeah, we must be getting close to descent. Let's take a look here. 12:31, and we're an hour out. Hour away from arrival. Yeah, the flight from Mexico City to Panama would be pretty boring. Not much to see, just a lot of jungle. And migrant caravans. I don't know why I lost my MFD. There it is. Alright, I'm going to set up our descent level, which I think was 2,500 feet to the outer marker. Yep, 2500. I learned a little lesson last night from Mr. Polite Richard about setting the descent. I was doing it incrementally, but he said just to set it to the ILS outer boundary. And that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, that may be a little more interesting. Panama City to Chile. Argentina might be better. There's a large Italian population in Argentina. See if I get some music going on this stream. Yeah, there's lots of flights to do, that's for sure, but lots of flights. I've been pretty much North America in a lot of my stuff, so I should probably expand my horizons a little bit. But I'll do anything if anybody's on the stream and they want to go someplace. You come in at the beginning of the stream, I'm happy to set up a flight. See if we can get some original music up here. Yep, there it is. So the Adriatic is on the eastern side of Italy. I'm learning things today. About 150 miles to descent. There's a lot of cowboys in Texas, but that's for sure. There's really cool southern barbecue restaurants all over Texas because there's a lot of cows, a lot of cattle, and a lot of cowboys. But it's a pretty civilized state. It's pretty cool. Texas is very cool. I almost moved there. Good population, good economy. Huh. I don't know if that's the American dream, but grill barbecue is really good. Texas barbecue is amazing. There's a whole bunch of different restaurants. There's one called Black's Barbecue that's just unbelievable.
Joining us on this episode
I've been there to San Antonio and all through a couple of areas of Texas and had barbecue, and it's really good. Phoenix has some really great barbecue also. But if you want the best barbecue, it's in the South. Carolina, Georgia, North and South Carolina. That's the best barbecue.
Sounds like Spectrum is really committed to keeping you connected.
It's amazing.
Well, there's your Adriatic. Now where is Italy? A long ways off. Wow. Dalmatia. Thanks for the tour, man. I don't think so. I don't know anybody who claims that. I don't think so. Maybe in terms of sphere of influence, but not really anything else. Never heard that one. I wonder what all that stuff is. Is that supposed to be shadows? Those are some cool islands. I bet you there's some white sand down there. Huh, wow. This is what I'm drinking today, because it's low sugar. Sparkling ice. 0 sugar. I drink a lot of water, but it's flavored. My best friend is a wine connoisseur. I'm not much of a wine drinker. I like the Cabernet Sauvignon a little bit. Lots of water for me. I have to stay hydrated out here in the desert. Somalians, people from Somalia, don't drink any water or any fluids till after they eat their meal. Italian red wine. I should. I've had Italian red wine before. Genuine Italian red wine in the little round bottle with the white cork stuff around the bottle or whatever it is. I've had that before. I don't remember the brand. So that's the Adriatic. Where's Roma? Set the wind. Okay, let's try it. Oh, you don't recommend it? I could try it. Let's see what the weather readings are. Let's see. Hold on. It's only showing 6-mile-an-hour winds. Well, I'm not on real. I'm not on real weather. Hold on. Variable at 1. Well, it's not showing anything really drastic, so I don't know. I don't understand that. Let's take a look outside, see what kind of turbulence we got.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you know a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of pushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun
That doesn't look
flavors
bad. I
and
don't see a whole lot of
topped with
turbulence.
onions
Maybe...
for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. Let me tell you.
Ah, cool. Thank you.
4409er. Did you copy?
Turn up the flavor this weekend with Smirnoff Ice Smash. Refreshingly bold,
Clara
8%
Elledge.
ABV with 2 fruity favorites
I
smashed
can't pronounce your
together
name.
in
Clara.
one
I'll just
can.
call you Clara.
Like
Thank you,
zesty
Clara.
orange screwdriver
Please
or
do.
red,
Please
white,
share.
and berry.
Like,
Head
share,
to a
follow.
convenience store near you and stock the fridge. Message for 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. Smirnoff Ice Smash.
Oh, there's some turbulence, Toll.
Smirnoff Company, New York, New York.
124.9er25 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
Yeah, some big
Goodbye.
turbulence there, buddy.
Milan Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er flight level 300.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er Milan Center radar contact continue.
Welcome aboard, everybody. This was Helsinki to Rome. Flying along with Toll, who's been on board since the beginning, giving sightseeing advice all throughout northern, central, and southern Europe. I'm broadcasting on Twitch and YouTube from Southern California in the USA, out in the desert. Background music is original content. Appreciate everybody being on board and chatting today. I really do appreciate it. Please like, share, follow, subscribe if you can. Yeah, I don't expect anybody to pay for this, but if you subscribe, that's cool. I know on YouTube you don't have to pay for it, but if you like the content and you like the stream, please do. I don't really care. I'm not into that, but it wouldn't hurt my feelings. That's for sure. I'm more interested in getting the followers and having people like it, that's all. It gives me something to do. Most of the music you listen to when I play it on the stream is produced in my own studio. Yeah, and you can find that on SoundCloud under Al B Tunes, ALBTUNES. Al B Tunes on SoundCloud. We must be getting pretty close to arrival, so let's take a look at what's going on. We got 40 miles to top of descent. Clara Elegant. Clara Elegant. It took me all that time to figure out what your name was. Sorry. Clara Elegant. Thanks for being on board. I'll call you Clara. And if you're on the stream, Clara, let me know where you're from. And you have any quests or you want to join the chat, please do. Got about 35 miles to TD. We'll be coming into Rome today, and it should be an interesting approach. Looks like there's 5 or 6 turns coming in. Very strange approach, which I'm not accustomed to. Interesting. Slightly over 1 mile an hour. I wouldn't have known that conversion then.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, contact Rome Center on 131.1. Good day.
So folks on board, I've been streaming the last few days around 10 o'clock Pacific time, USA. What time is that toll in Europe? 10. So I'm thinking that's probably 7 hours later.
Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er, please acknowledge.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Going to 131.1 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
All I can say is don't believe everything you hear about the USA. A lot of it's coming from fake media. In Italy, it's tourism. Our biggest problem here is Chinese fentanyl. That's our biggest problem currently. Or fentanyl, proper way of pronouncing it. Okay, so where are we at? We're coming up on TD, folks. Coming up on top of descent. 15 miles, 15 nautical miles. So we're almost there. We are set for the outer boundary ILS level. Speed brakes are set. I can't find the checklist stuff. I've not been able to find any of the system stuff. stuff is non-functional here. The biggest problem in the USA, my friend, is people who are here illegally. But that's being corrected. I had 218 on the heading. I would think that Italy really likes the tourism. That's a lot of money for you guys. Now let's check our speeds. .264 currently. Here comes top of descent. And we should start to see the altimeter going down. Crazy approach into Roma. Let's have a look at that. Let's look at that pattern again. Wild. One turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, 3 turns and in. You don't see that in an American approach. Haha. I do that out of respect to you. What did you tell me the other night, man? It's all about respect. Remember, America was named after an Italian, Amerigo Vespucci. Vespucci. All right, folks, welcome aboard. BAW 4409, direct from Helsinki, Finland, to Roma, Italy. Flight has been about 3 hours and 50 minutes so far towards landing, and we are going to be joining approach here shortly. Yeah, midnight and you're actually enjoying. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. It's kind of boring to me. I don't know. It's relaxing. Let me turn the original music content down a little bit because we're coming in. Alright, so yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad anybody who's on board is enjoying it. That's great. That's what it's all about. It's making my day, that's for sure. I'm happy that there are people on the stream. Glad people are enjoying the content. I try to keep it, simple and without a whole lot of flashy stuff. It is 2:12 in the afternoon here on the Pacific Coast. Roughly 160 miles east of Los Angeles. And we're coming in on a final here. Not short final, but we're on approach. Let's check our altitudes real quick. Speed 250. What's going on here? 210. Oops, I lost that there for a second. Okay, so by Ryteb, we need to be at 190. And we'll make that in 25 miles. .250 is our current speed. This should be an interesting approach into Roma. I hope you've enjoyed the flight today. Wasn't too turbulent. I don't see a whole lot of turbulence though. Looks pretty smooth. Maybe the weather isn't actual. Let me look. Yeah, it's showing live weather. I don't get it. There's Italy. Very nice. Oh yeah, it's overcast coming into town. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I agree. Thanks for following, I appreciate it. We all learned something from it. First turn coming up. Remember, we want to be at 190 by the time we get to Ryteb. .250. But to be honest with you, Toll, I don't even think about that stuff. I'm going to take it autopilot most of the way. I may switch to manual right at the end. But since I don't know Rome, I may just go autopilot all the way. Just because I'm testing that too in the 737, I want to make sure that I've got this managed descent going properly. If I know the airport well, I'll go manual. I may disconnect it right at the end when I get to minimums. So for all the simmers joining us out there, I appreciate your being on board. BAW 4409 with Scandinavian Airways livery. PMDG 737-800. Our jet wash coming into Roma very shortly. We should check in with ATC, I guess, huh?
Rome Center ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 or 17,800 feet.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409 Rome Center altimeter 29.71 radar contact. Continue.
.297.1. Okay, let's dial that in. We're good to go, Dial. We can actually set it to standard now. Take a standard off. Here's our first turn. I'm not seeing any hurricane force winds, buddy. Of course, we're not there yet. It's a little turbulent. The 737 can handle that stuff, though. Alright, by Robux, we want to be at 136. We'll make that goal pretty easily. Claire Elegant, if you're still on, please, join the chat. Feel free. If you have any other friends that are into it, have them join the chat as well. Like, share, follow, please. Appreciate it. No topic is off the table, by the way. Feel free to discuss any kind of topics you want. I'll try to remain as apolitical as possible, which is hard for me to do sometimes. In the control room here with my faithful co-pilot and dog, Cheech. By the way, that's his name, Cheech. He's back there sleeping on the couch. Oh, you can see him back there. Look at that. You can't see him, huh? I should follow this on my YouTube. Or on Twitch. I'll follow it on Twitch. Yeah, that's a commercial on SoundCloud. Yeah, you can see Cheech back there on the couch in the background. He's my faithful co-pilot. Sorry, I got the Twitch volume up on the iPad. I hope everybody's enjoying the content. Been an interesting flight today over Europe. Okay, a Ligbu. Need to be at 120, and we'll make that easily. We're coming to our first turn. Second turn. I guess we just completed a right. Yeah. He's tired because he ran like a son of a gun. Cheech is tired. He's only 2 years, he's a 2-year-old pug. He is pretty tired. He sleeps a lot though.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er. You're leaving my airspace radar service. Terminated squawk 7000.
Alright, we're on profile.
Squawk squawk 7000. Frequency change approved ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
We're on profile. Let's zoom in a little bit. I got a right turn happening. This is a crazy approach. But we're still on profile. I'm still trying to figure out the approach. It's pretty wild. It's like a bunch of S turns. Okay, so the airport's right next to the ocean. Let's figure it out. I think I've flown in here one other time. Actually, so we're going to go around like this. L. Now we got a few more waypoints to go. So BACAD. 1.2 miles, we need to be at 9,000. We are making all of our profile goals very nicely. Yeah, that's cool. You can see Cheech back there. He's pretty laid out. he's definitely tired. He is one tired pug. He chased a bunch of dogs around the dog park last night and this morning. And he eats like crazy. He's a typical pug. Anyway, here we are, folks. We're on approach. Looks like we got 2 more big turns to make. Currently we're at 8,000. 8,600, and by RF 442 we'll need to be at 084, and we'll make that. And we made that perfectly, right on profile. I've never seen so many turns in an approach. Like 6 turns coming in. This is all familiar territory to you, Hutto. Yeah, look at those wings flexing. It's pretty turbulent out there. That's some good turbulence going. Let's have a look out the window. Yeah, they're flexing pretty good. There might be a little bit of crosswind happening. Oh, south of Rome, to the white sand, yeah. I'd still love to go there. Alright, coming up on second to last turn. $442, $444. We need to be at 7,000. And we'll make that easily. You can see we're right on profile. Speed is at 218-ish. So we're right there. Speed is right, altitude is correct. The flight management is working pretty nicely. Here goes our turn. Let's go to camera. Wow, look at that. That's awesome. We are right on profile. Yeah, I figured that's a volcano. It's not Pompeii. Alright, one more turn coming up. Currently at 6,600. 446. We want to be at 6,000. Let's zoom out a little bit. $34 miles out. 8,000 pounds of fuel left. In our turn. Looks like a winery right there. It's a vineyard of some sort. Thanks, Toll, for giving us the sightseeing today. Appreciate your input on all of that. As we've been flying, we've been getting some good input on what we're looking at. Been a very scenic route. I like this route. Helsinki to Roma. Let's check in here, see what we got. 447. We want to be at 5490. We'll make that pretty easily.
Rome approach ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er is type Boeing 737 6 miles north of Lima, India Victor Juliet 5,600 feet. Request flight following.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er Rome approach. Squawk 7 tree 67.
Squawk 7 tree 67 ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er radar contact 4 miles north of Lima, India Victor Juliet 5,300 feet. Altimeter 29.72.
That's some pretty good turbulence, buddy.
Roger ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409er.
Got some heavy winds going. You were correct about that. We're gonna go flaps 1. Drag required. Speed brakes armed. Glad I looked at that. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seat. Put your trays in an upright position and your chairs in an upright position. Extinguish all cigarettes and marijuana, and let's get this plane on the ground. .4,500 feet. 21 miles out. I never did set the fixer in. There's our 10-mile ring. I think we'll take flaps too. Flaps 40 on approach. Speed 170. Oxaroo needs to be at 250. 5 miles to get to 250. We'll make that. Take flaps 3. Speed brakes off. Get gear down. Go to flaps full. It's pretty windy. not getting any lower. That's interesting. Oh, okay. It helps if I put the localizer on. Hope I'm not too late.
$1,000.
All right, folks, buckle up.
$500. $400. $300. Approaching minimums. Minimums. 100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
I love that sound. That was a crappy landing. I was having a cramp in my hand. Boy, she just wants to go. Let's get that off there. There we go. I can't get the warning signal off. That's interesting. This is 737 screw up 101. top of that, God.
Hume ground ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 440.
I forgot where everything
taxi to
was.
the gate.
Kilo 1200 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility, tree. Sky condition, few clouds at 9,800
I didn't ask for
feet,
that.
few clouds at
Taxiing to gate 509er via taxiway Delta Echo Delta Charlie Hotel Charlie Bravo November Delta Papa Hotel Charlie Foxtrot ALB 4409 Alpha Lima Bravo 4409.
That told us like 97 taxiways. That was a sloppy landing, folks. Sorry for that. I forgot to hit the localizer. Get the ILS activated. And I was having a cramp in my throttle hand. Thanks for joining on the flight. Told everybody else who's been on board today. Al B. Simmer on Twitch, AlBlock7267 on YouTube. I'm enjoying the hell out of this when people are joining here on the chat, on the channel. Again, all the live music content you hear is all my own, so I don't have to pay for anything. I do it all myself. I create the music, and it's all on SoundCloud on AlB Tunes. So if you're writing stuff down, look up AlB Tunes, ALBTUNES on SoundCloud. I'm wearing sunglasses and a white jacket on the album cover. All that material is all original except for a couple of songs. And I use it on the stream a lot. Again, thanks for joining, Toll. You've been a good follower. I appreciate your being out there, and everybody else who joined on today. We're going to taxi to the gates in beautiful downtown Roma, Italy. We are broadcasting from the Palm Springs area in the California desert, where it's a pleasant 95 degrees Fahrenheit. The desert winds have finally subsided. Please join again tomorrow. It'll probably about sometime around 10 or 10:30 Pacific time. Look for the stream if you can on Twitch and YouTube. Again, I appreciate all the likes, shares, and follows that you can throw at me. Subscribe if you want to. Suggestions for the stream, always welcome. Light suggestions, always welcome. If you get on before we start the cold and dark process, I'll allow maybe 10 minutes at the beginning of the streams. So in case anybody wants to have a flight suggestion, we can do that. Yeah, I was a little early today, so. Okay, 11 a.m. Pacific. I'll start up around 11 if I can tomorrow. And it's a long way to the terminal, huh? As we were landing, I was having a super cramp in my left hand and I could not move the throttle. "30 knots is the limit." I think I'm going 15 right now. It's like 8 in the US. Alright, what's center line here? That's through. I think that's center line right there. Yeah. I got to figure out how to do replay. If you know how to do replay, let me know, because I'd like to start analyzing the landings. It's a good cold and dark setup. That all went very smoothly today. And for anybody else listening, this is the PMDG 737-800 with the Scandinavian Airways livery. So the wind wasn't too bad. It was a little bit moving though. Man, how far is it? Well, it's just not a lot of S-turns like in Madrid. The airport in Madrid has got way too many taxi turns. Short turns, too. They're not made for 777. I haven't flown the A320 for a while. Maybe we'll do that on the next stream. Pretty smooth flight. Got to see some interesting things today over Latvia and Lithuania and Poland and Hungary and Croatia. Some interesting sights. Things that I'm not accustomed to seeing, so that was pretty cool. Man, it's a big airport. Ah, yeah, I remember this. I've been here. Coming to you live on Twitch, Al B. Simmer. On YouTube, AlBlock7267. And it's the biggest airport in Europe, I bet. In the EU, I mean. Looks pretty big. Co-pilot Cheech is still passed out. Let's kill the background music since we're pulling into the terminal. That was a weird cramp in the left-handed. I must have been playing drums too much. .251 Pacific time on the west coast of the U.S. What we call the left coast. Yeah, see that wind sock? There was no wind on that. The 777 faster in terms of airspeed or taxiing? I think they're not much different. This is easier to handle on the ground. The 777 is such a big beast. You have to do your turns like a quarter mile in advance. Yeah, I think the airspeed, it may be a little faster. I have that fly-by-wire A380, but that thing is just a monster to try to program. Figuring out all the flight computers, fully glass cockpit. Which one is that, Toll? Which private jet? Oh, there's a 777 private? I know there's a 737 private version, not commercial. It has the custom interior. Wow, what a long taxi out. Or taxi in. Let's pay attention here. I'm going to the wrong parking stand. Huh. I was following the wrong line. Let's see if we can correct in time. I almost missed that parking stand. Let's get stuff going here. Ground ops. Set chocks. Request ground power. Release jetway. Hope this jetway reaches. Open the door. Open the door. Okay, jetway doesn't reach. That's fantastic. Jetpole P-24. Where is that? Is that in FS-20? I'll have to check that out. Okay, we're going to need to bring up some stairs, so we're going to release the jetway. Let's release the jetway. And let's bring up the stairs. If it'll let us. So here we have another PMDG glitch. Alright, let's do this. Let's go ahead and shut the power down. Let's grab some ground power. And let's power down. And see if they give us the stairs then. No, we don't want the jetway. Looks like we're not going to get any stairs either. Let's go to ATC. Nope, not going to get any stairs and the jetway doesn't reach. So, we're going to jump out of the airplane onto the tarmac, and that's pretty typical for PMDG. There it is. Well, I've requested the bloody stairs. And there they are. Okay. Let's go to Menu. And we'll go to Actions. And we'll deplane. And we won't actually see anybody coming off, so we don't have GSX or anything like that. 116 passengers today from Helsinki to Roma. Very nice, smooth flight. Thanks again to Toll for participating and everybody else who joined. Appreciate everybody being here today. Albie, Simmer, Captain Albie, whatever you want to call me. I go by Albie. The other guy the other day said, "Is that because you're from Albania?" No, my call sign is not because I'm from Albania. It's because I'm Albie. And broadcasting from the desert to the sea in Southern California to the world. Have a nice evening, Toll, in Roma. I know it's past midnight. Everybody else who joined, happy evening to you. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Come on back sometime. Like, share, follow, subscribe if you could. At least like, share, and follow, please. That's appreciated. I'm appreciating seeing people actually on this stream, so I'm digging that. Hope you enjoyed the original music content as well, and let's go ahead and wrap this up. Boy, they're getting off the plane real slow, aren't they? Look at that, the yaw damper was off. Oh, it turns off automatically. Forgot to turn on the voice recorder. Research off. packs off. APU bleed should have been off and it wasn't. This wasn't set properly. Fuel bumps. We still had 7,000 pounds of fuel on board when we landed. Lights were set properly. Hope you enjoyed your flight today, BAW 4409 from Helsinki to Rome. Joel, thanks for joining. Appreciate you being here. I'll try to get on at 11 tomorrow. I may come on a little bit early and fart around and play some music and stuff. Alright, everybody else, hope you have a great evening. And we're going to wrap this up right now. And let's go ahead and sign off and check the log. Let's take a look at the profile. Take a look at the logbook. Make sure we got credit. We sure did. I'm at 1,054 hours on Flight Sim. Don't look too closely at this. That was a non-landing because there was a problem with the program. This one too. Yeah, but don't worry, I'll start it up around 11. But I may go on early just to get audio and other stuff set up. So thanks for attending today. Oh, okay, so go to the P-24. Okay, so go to the marketplace. Hold on. Is that in the marketplace? Or is it in the aircraft listings? Who makes the P-24? It's free, not marketplace. Original. Okay, so Jetpole P-24. Let's see. I'm not seeing it. Textron. I don't see a Jetpole P-24, but what version of Flight Simulator do you have? This is Premium Deluxe, so I don't know. I should have everything. Oh, Textron. Okay, so the Textron, okay. Let's go back to the Textron jets. That's a Longitude. There's a CJ4. Those are Cessnas. Yeah, it doesn't look like I've got it. The private jets I got are Textron, Cessna Textron. There's all my Phoenixes. Let's look it up. Nope. Yeah, I don't think I've got it. The private jet. Okay, so I've only got 2 private jets, buddy. And those are the Cessna Textrons, the CJ4 and the Longitude. Those are the only 2 I've got. That's it right here. CJ4 and the Longitude. But they show it on your side as Jetpole. That's weird. Huh. Which one is it, the Longitude or the CJ? I don't know how to fly Garmin, by the way. These all have Garmin glass cockpits. That's kind of interesting. I know nothing about the Garmin nav system. Spent 0 time with it, but I can sit it on the end of the runway and take off. Let's see what it takes off like. Oh, nighttime, okay, of course. Let's put it to daytime. Helsinki. I'm still in Helsinki. Flaps are set. Rudder works. Flaps work. Speed brakes work. I don't know anything about the Garmin, but so let's see. Parking brakes off. Throttle up. Well, we're in Helsinki, not Rome. Gear up. Flaps up. Positive rate. Looks pretty cool. I don't know how to do the Garmin though. You know how to set the Garmin nav? It's a steep bank right there. I'm going too fast. Apparently anything over 264 is too fast. Looks like a fun little jet. I may have to fly it. Boy, that's not the airport, is it? That's the airport. This could be ugly. Huh. Well, that was sloppier than shit. Sloppy landing. I didn't know where the airport was. I landed at without breaking it. It's cool if I knew how to use the Garmin. I don't know how to use the Garmin. Pretty responsive though. I'm sure I could figure it out. Figure out the autopilot. So it's probably the same thing as the 172 in terms of the Garmin. Setting the flight plan and stuff. I don't know, can you import from SimBrief?
Helsinki ground Cessna Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra taxi to parking.
Cessna Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway Yankee Hotel Yankee Delta Golf Alpha Delta.
Okay, where is it?
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Yankee Hotel Yankee Delta Golf Alpha Delta Cessna X-Ray Golf Sierra.
Has a small fuel tank. This is the one you were talking about though? I wonder why it didn't give any taxi ribbons. Alright folks, here we are in Helsinki. Helsinki. That was kind of a quick little fun little. Okay, I'll try this one out, but I'm not very familiar with. But like I said, I don't know much about programming the flight plan into a Garmin like this. I could probably figure it out. It would take me a few days. I know how to set the autopilot and stuff. So with the set the flight director, then you'll have to go here to FLC on and stuff, and program it all in. CDU is in op, MFD is in op, all these guys are in op in this one. So it's got to be, you see, it's not done like, okay, it's kind of like the Airbus and the Boeing. It's got the CDU. So you program it in the CDU. Okay, it's a flight plan. Let's see. Let's go your flight plan. Let's go KLAX. Okay. Destination. KPHX. Just messing with it to see what it does. Okay, it's got perf in. Okay, so I see. Perf in it. Takeoff. That's similar. Okay, so it's similar. Then you set all the autopilot stuff up here. There's approach mode, altimeter hold, flight directors VNav. Looks like it may be doable. Okay, I'll fart around with this. Maybe we'll fart around with it tomorrow. You're used to it, so you could tell me which buttons to hit. I'll file a flight plan. This is the yeah, it's even got my call numbers here. ALB 4409. So this is I don't know about the instrumentation. Checklist. Okay, so it's got this stuff. Checklist is in op. Get that out of the way. Pause in it. Okay, I can mess with this. If you know the flow. If you know the flow of this aircraft, I can mess with it. Maybe do a short flight. This would be good for the Miami to Cuba, because it has a small gas tank. Anyway, we'll check it out. I'm going to sign off if I can figure out how to turn the plane off. How do you turn this thing off? There's the trim. Oxygen. God, where's the engine shut off? Electrical panel. Okay, well, yeah. Ceiling? No, it's not on the ceiling. Let's see. There was nothing up there. Air conditioning stuff. Yeah, I don't know how to shut this plane down. Might be here. Let's see. Ah, that's the breakers, circuit breakers. Was already off. Huh. You got me. See you later, man. I'm out of here too. All right, everybody. Good night. Thanks for joining. And have a wonderful evening. And we'll exit out of here with some music. Here's a good one.
At Desert Care Network, we're ready for any emergency, anytime.
Except for the
we
ad.
trained teams in 3 locations across the valley. And with our online check-in, you can let us know you're on your way. We operate 3 trauma centers. Our Level 1 Trauma Center at Desert Regional, and Level 4 Trauma Centers at both JFK Memorial Hospital and High Desert Medical Center, with locations in Palm Springs, Indio, and Joshua.
Good night, all. Thanks for joining the stream.
Go to
come back again soon. We'll probably be online again about 10 or 11 o'clock tomorrow, Pacific, California time. Enjoyed flying today. Have fun. Well, I guess this is it, baby.